the money for the facility has not come, or did you pay us? And I say, no, we paid. Which account did you use? No, I even say, okay, I think it's the old account, or maybe it's a new account. Have you changed the account? Stuff like that. So if there is that continuous rapport, I think it will help us than to wait for another year to come and say, oh, actually last year we paid money for what and stuff like that. So for me, I think as we continue to deliberate, we need to follow up some of those issues. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we have deliberated on these issues, but we have always to remember that it is in the interest of the child, and we have no option, but I think we need all to go through positive parenting, which some of us, we have gone through that, but we need to go, there's no other way. We are not going to change the system of beating the children and doing whatever. So there is this positive parenting, which we need to go through. So most of the facilities, those who haven't been trained or who haven't gone through that, please let's do that, okay? Now there is a parenting, okay? Positive parenting. So we are going to understand more things, and we are going to change the way we take care of the children when we go through positive parenting. So for now, I still need to give a big clap for Mr. Chubuta. Please, let's clap for Mr. Chubuta. And it's lunchtime. Okay, if we have other questions, please just write them down. When we come back, we can look at those questions. Can we go and have lunch? Father Ngosa, can you bless the food, please? No, that's okay.
The name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. We are grateful, mighty God, for today. We are grateful for these sessions we've had, where we're looking at ways in which to improve the way we take care of our children. We pray that you may bless us, and especially at this point that we're about to eat, we pray that give us the strength and the courage, so that as we eat, we may have the energy to deliberate well and work well with our children. Bless also those who are in need of this food, through our hands and through other means. We ask for this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Please remember to come back after lunch. I think we are running a little bit late. What time are we coming back? We were supposed to be back at 14 hours, but we are late. Did we add some minutes?
14:45.
40 to 3. Yes. Okay, we all feel like that? Yes. All right, then we come back.
Every child is entitled to equal rights, equal rights. Every child has a right to a family, a loving family. Every child must be protected. for their own.
Pangelo mulalo mwachite mwiko, dangatenyo mwana uliose. Muluko mwachite mwiko, pangelo mulalo mwachite mwiko, every child must be protected, safeguarded from every form of violence, abuse, and exploitation.
Every child has a right to
call their own. Let us ensure that every child finds a loving family to call their own. that every child finds a loving family to call their own. To to call their own.
Pangelo ulalo mwachite mwiko, dangatelo mwana uliose. Muluko mwachite mwiko, pangelo ulalo mwachite mwiko.
must ensure that every child finds a loving family to call their own.
Pangelo mulalo mwachite mwiko, dangatelo mwana uliose. Muluko mwachite mwiko, pangelo mulalo mwachite mwiko, dangatelo mwana uliose. Muluko mwachite mwiko.
Let us raise our voices together and engage everyone in understanding and supporting the needs of vulnerable children everywhere. Every child is entitled to equal rights, equal rights. Every child has a right to a family and loving family.
Sister, it's not really an address, but just to express gratitude on behalf of the Bishops' Conference for what we are doing through this initiative of care reforms in the country. Of course, the bishops are aware about it. We have briefed them, and I know in some dioceses we are already implementing the same. And therefore, it's just to thank you, to thank each and every one of us for what we are doing, what we are contributing to the program in one way or the other. And also just to encourage one another to continue with this kind of activity, which is so important, because what we are talking about is what the church has always preached. The issue of the family is at the center of the church's mission, to safeguard the family, to protect the family, and more especially talking about children and all vulnerable adults. Pope Francis is very passionate, we all know that, about caring for children, caring for vulnerable adults. He's very, very passionate about that. Therefore, we would like to join hands with our Holy Father in seeing to it that we do the needful to help our children and all those who are in need. So thank you very much for what you are doing, and we continue to ask for God's guidance and God's blessing in our ministry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Father. We feel empowered with your words. Thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to invite Jackie Namagembe from CRS. She's going to take us through the benefits of family care as opposed to institutional care. Jackie, please. Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon sessions, I don't like them. Only because we do a lot of fishing, isn't it? As we are consulting, either we fish or we are consulting our ancestors, one of the two. But I'm hoping that I will have you engaged for just about 30 minutes. My presentation is not so long, and I'm happy that there are so many familiar faces in this room. I think it's maybe this section here that I've not had a chance to interact with, but a lot of familiar faces, so a lot of this information is not going to be new, isn't it? So it should actually be a discussion. As earlier introduced by Sister, my name is Jackie Namagembe. I'm a project officer working at Catholic Relief Services under a project called Catholic Care for Children in Zambia. And the essence of our project is to promote family-based care, working with different child care facilities in Zambia, Catholic and non-Catholic affiliated, just to help them see how best they can support the children that are in their care, have an opportunity to grow up in a life. Are we okay? So when Sister called me to present on this very important topic, this is something that we've spoken about for so many years. I think I've had this conversation maybe for well over 8 to 10 years, and it's almost in my blood, whereby you can get me up from this and I'll be able to have pointers and have a very good discussion. So I'm hoping that you'll be able to take part positively in this discussion. I'll be like, Mr. Raphael over there, what do you think? So please, to avoid being pointed on, just volunteer yourself when you feel that here I know an answer. Let me say something. Okay, so as Sister said, I'm going to talk about why are we promoting family-based care as opposed to institutional care. But I feel I will not be doing justice in my presentation if I don't take the opportunity to first acknowledge and also appreciate the work that our facilities have been doing over the years. As much as Mr. Clement spoke about family-based care and the route government is taking in terms of promoting alternative care, it's also important to highlight some of the key things and some of the positives that having childcare facilities within our context has done over the years. A number of facilities are taking care of children who have undergone or who have been exposed to abuse. Am I correct? And as a result, childcare facilities have provided a safe haven for these children who have been abused, whether physically, emotionally, verbally, sexually, by people who are actually supposed to be their caregivers. These are parents, these are guardians, these are even grandparents. So often childcare facilities provide a place of safe haven or a temporal safe haven for children that have gone through abuse, especially when the family system or the family network has neglected them. Another important thing that we can acknowledge from facilities is their ability to provide the basic needs for these children. Most of the children coming into contact with childcare facilities are coming from homes where there's adverse poverty taking place. So often you find children have got access to basic needs such as food, shelter, clothing, as well as medical care. And more particularly for children that have a disability or have some form of medical need that requires special attention, childcare facilities often step in and provide very good service. And for that, we cannot underestimate the role that they play. Another critical service that childcare facilities provide is the access to education as well as skills development, especially for the young adults who are transitioning into independent care. Before there was the free education policy that was introduced a few years ago, access to education was actually one of the biggest factors leading to admission of children into childcare facilities. Madam Sarah, please back me up on this one. According to a study that was done, is it me that keeps moving this? According to a recent study that was done, that was one of the biggest motivating factors for why children were being admitted into childcare facilities, and access to education was one of them. And often childcare facilities do actually have a structured education system either within their facility, or they have partnered with other schools to provide good education for children who would otherwise not have access to such opportunities. And for this reason, it's important to acknowledge the role that facilities play, especially when a child is going through crisis and they need immediate intervention. However, we still reflect on what Mr. Chibuta said in his presentation earlier, where institutional care should be a measure of last resort and for the shortest period of time, especially for children who are going through crisis and they have nowhere to go aside from a child care facility. With that said, I hope the room is a bit calm because I'm about to rattle things up a bit. With that said, there are no name tags. Can I say father and hope one of the fathers will, maybe father who's closing their eyes over there. What do you think are some of the effects of children growing up in a child care facility?
I think there are many effects, but I can single out maybe one or two only. Yeah. There's something that they would always lack, because that is an artificial setup. Yes, and there are things that the
so much. All these points are a summary of what I have presented. Maybe we can end here because it's like I'm preaching to the choir. Yes, sister.
It depends on the institution where the children are. Emotionally, they can either not grow because they become mechanical. There's no that emotional connection, or because they have to survive. So you may bring out people that are very violent. They are not able to forgive. There are so many. They have a lot of emotional issues, depending on the
institution, of course. Yes. No, that's very true. Like I was saying, this is the conclusion of my presentation. Okay. So we'll zero in on some of the points that have already been said. Because like I've mentioned, I'm preaching to the choir, and that actually makes my job a little bit easier. How many of us have seen this picture before? Enel, I think you should have seen this. I'll come back to this side only because I don't know you very well, and I look forward to hearing what are we seeing here? What are we seeing? There's already been leakage somewhere. We're seeing two children. Are we seeing the difference in the two children? Are they the same children? Are these two different children? Are these siblings? Are they twins? What are we seeing? Same child, huh? Okay. So this is an image of one child that was taken many years at the time, when I think it's almost now maybe 15 years? Yeah. Quite a long time ago, but I think the message that the image is trying to portray is still very much valid even in today's context. So this is a child who was staying in a child care facility in Ethiopia, okay? And this child was adopted when she was an infant. I'm guessing maybe she's less than a year over there. So the first picture over here shows the child the first day they took her home, okay? And we like to assume that this child was in a facility where her basic needs were being met. Food, shelter, clothing, health, they were being met. The second image is showing how the child developed 9 weeks after staying in a family environment. Same thing, food, shelter, clothing, everything. All her basic needs were being met in both pictures. But there's one critical thing that caused such a great and drastic change to how the child grew and how the child thrived. Are we able to guess what that is? Family care, isn't it? Basically all the things that we have said here: identity, self-awareness, sense of belonging, that love, that nature, etc. So all these things, these are things that we can physically see the effects. And this child here, she's a classic example of the effects of a sense of belonging, the effects of coming in a home where people love you, the effects of being in a place where you are encouraged to grow and to thrive. It's just reminding us that it's not enough to give children the basics, which is food, shelter, clothing. Care and support goes beyond the physical needs, and these are the results that we're seeing here. And yes, we can argue that, no, but I'm coming from a child care facility and I love my children very much. Of course you love them very much, but is that enough to help them grow and to thrive? Below here we have two words: surviving and thriving. Who can guess what is the difference between these two? What does it mean to survive and what does it mean to thrive? Mrs. Miranda.
So, to survive, I'll give an example for most of the children on the street. They are all there, but they are just trying to survive. Whether you like it or not, you just have to survive. But given a correct environment, you're given love, you're given everything, you will thrive. So because of the environment, how to, they would cry, and no one is coming. They just put their head there on the bed because no one is coming. But the child who is thriving, they would even try. So even the developmental milestones for each child who is thriving, they are faster. I think that's the most common thing I've gotten from most of parents who adopt children from child care facilities. Even with older ones, they say there was delay in developmental milestones as opposed to the child who is growing from home. There is delay in the developmental milestones. So that one, you can even, and most of them, they sack their thumbs. And it's just, they're lonely.
My colleague Simon and I, yes.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
You know, we want to compare the attitude of the parent, the attitude of the way the child responded to the environment in two different places. I think that's the point you want to drive. But when I look at the picture, we are talking of the same environment, the home, the first day and 9 weeks later. So the question I have is, in the first picture, I was trying to say that's how that child was always in the institution like that. Is that what you are saying?
So the first picture is saying that was the first day the child was brought into a home, a traditional family setup.
Yes.
Meaning that the years or the weeks before, this is how the child was.
Always like that.
I don't know if it's always. I don't know if it's always, but this is how the child was. I'll give a very practical example, okay? Where I used to work before, I used to work for a child care facility. And in that child care facility, I like to think we're one of the top child care facilities within Lusaka, maybe even the country. I'll brag a little bit, okay? Maybe even in the country. And the reason I say that is because we used to provide top-notch quality care. Medical needs were met, children had toys, they had caregivers, they had the best possible nutritious food, okay? Unfortunately, I will attest to seeing my kids looking like this on multiple occasions. We can sit here and discuss why are the eyes looking like this and why is the child sucking. I think just to conclude, why are her eyes have we seen that her eyes are looking like this? Can we guess why? It's because the child is always on her back, always looking at the ceiling. There's no stimulation around. And as a result, that causes the eyes to be pointing in all sorts of direction, okay? Mrs. Nyirenda hinted briefly to why the thumb sucking. A lot of people suck their fingers. I have a son who sucks his fingers. That's a different story. But for children in child care facilities, often sucking of fingers is a soothing mechanism, okay? It's a coping mechanism for them. So it's possible that this child may not have always been like this, but as a result of just being in a child care facility and the care that they were receiving, their development progressively slowed down to the extent that it had now started showing in her physique, so to say. Does this child look healthy? She looks a bit malnourished, huh? Do we see, I don't know how clear the picture is, but do we see her face, that dots and spots and all that? Can we see? Is it clear from where you're seated? So we can generally assume that maybe this child was not receiving the best possible care, okay? And as a result, this is what happens. But what I want us to appreciate is just how happy the child looks in the second picture. Have we seen that her eyes have even corrected? That is as a result of stimulation, interacting with the child. All these things we take for granted, the little toys that we hang over the child's crib, the interacting, the play, all those things, they actually help in how a child is going to develop. Okay? We can debate for a long time.
No, the explanation is clear.
It's clear, okay?
But my thinking is that maybe to give a correct kind of visual aid, maybe you needed to have a picture of the same child in the institution, then the other one at home.
At home. Okay.
But there you are talking at home, both of them, both pictures, it's at home.
First day
But first day and 9 weeks later. So that's why I asked, is that saying That's how the child was, even in the institution all the time. That's why I asked that question.
That's the assumption. That's the assumption. Yes. Are we okay?
Sure.
Are we still okay? Institutional care can be harmful to children, particularly for those under the age of 3. Why are we saying 3? Because this is where the most Why are we saying 3? Because this is where the most development takes place. Okay? We've heard of the saying that children are a blank slate, isn't it? They are born, they're like a sponge. They literally soak up anything and everything that they receive. Between 0 to 3, a child's brain is developing so fast, they're accumulating and getting so much information that it forms who they are for the rest of their life and for most of their formative years. So you can imagine at such a critical point in your life, you have access to not the best stimulation, to not the best care. How does that affect how you grow up? How does that affect how you develop for the rest of your life? A classic example is just stunting. Okay? We've all heard of stunting, isn't it? Where somebody is shorter than they should be. What causes that? What causes stunting? We all said yes, we heard of it. Emmanuel, what causes stunting?
So probably one of them would be unbalanced diet. So those critical days, like 1,000 skills, before they reach the age of 3, they need good nutrition, balanced diet for them to develop well. That's also when the brain is developing and also helping the body develop.
Okay, thank you very much. I pick on stunting because it's something we can see, isn't it? If I tell you I'm 15 and I look like this and I'm not a dwarf, are you going to argue that I'm stunted? Are you going to argue? You won't, because you can see that, Jackie, you are not the height you're supposed to be. Now imagine if for the first 3 years of my life I was having food that was not nutritious, okay, and caused me to stunt. Then when I turn 3 years and 1 day, I go into Mrs. Nyenda's home and she gives me the most nutritious meal. Am I going to automatically get to my normal height? No, isn't it? It takes time, weeks and months. I don't know how much time. I'm not a nutritionalist, but I know it's not something that happens over a short period of time, isn't it? So if we take that...
Just gain.
They just gain, huh? Aha. So if we're to take that example and now apply it to the children in child care facilities, a child that has experienced poor developmental growth and poor developmental needs for the first 3 years of their life, would you expect them to magically thrive when you give them the love and the care for a week or for a month? No, isn't it? This is something that has to be done for a long period of time consistently for you to be able to see results. Now imagine if at a critical stage in your life, you do not receive the proper care and the proper developmental support. How is this going to affect other areas of your life? I'm talking about your education, just your physical physique, okay? Why education? We know of children who have got a poor attention span in class, isn't it? We know of children who struggle with basic arithmetics, basic language, etc., right? If we do studies or if we look at things that have already been published, there's a very strong connection between that and just how the brain develops and how you're able to understand information as well as assimilate and also respond. So this is why we are saying institutional care, especially for young children, can have devastating effects in the long run. Okay. The second point says growing up in a family helps a child develop a sense of belonging, family values, religious and cultural identity. This is something that was already spoken about, right? And this is very, very critical. And I feel this is, if we want to talk about the community and why we need to encourage them to take their children back from a child care facility, talk about culture. This is something that we have realized hits home very, very hard. Why do I say this? In a child care facility, we've got children that are coming from different cultural backgrounds, isn't it? Different cultural backgrounds. Caregivers are equally coming from different cultural backgrounds. I was raised by a Bemba woman, okay? And as a result, she inculcated her or rather the Bemba tradition in me, okay? I grow up, I'm getting married, I go through the Bemba tradition, okay? And that's my identity, that's part of who I am. Like, your father, right? Okay, like father, like father had mentioned, my apologies, I missed the introductions when this table was talking, so please forgive me. But like what father had mentioned. Now imagine if I'm born from a Bemba family, I go into a child care facility and a Tonga person is raising me, a Tonga caregiver today. Tomorrow it's a Lozi caregiver. The other day it's somebody from, where else, Miss Nyenda? From Northwestern, okay? They raise me for a good 5-10 years. What happens? They are instilling their cultural beliefs and their cultural values and expectations in me, right? Tomorrow, my mother comes and says, I want my daughter back, okay? Here I am 15 years old. I'm now brought back into the Bemba family. What do you think is going to happen to my identity? Utter confusion, isn't it? Now imagine this is happening times, how many children are in the facility? 6,000. Mr. Chivita's presentation? 5,000. This is happening times 5,000. Let's fast forward 10 years from now. How is our society going to look like? Okay? Are we going to be growing and raising children who know who they are, who know their identity, who understand and appreciate their cultural values? Okay, this is another example of why are we promoting family-based care. Again, I'm not here to say that institutions are bad, but let's be realistic, okay? If child care facility that has got 15 caregivers, each of them coming with their own values, own beliefs, trying to implement and enforce them into these children is something that is not healthy in terms of helping them to appreciate where they are coming from. Okay, the third point says children living in families learn to interact better with the community and face life challenges better than those in institutions, in essence building their resilience. Again, I'll borrow from my experience of where I was working before. We had a timetable set out for those children. You wake up at this time, you've got your 5 meals a day, you go to bed at this time. The children knew what do you call it, sholo? Where you do vegetables and...
Yeah, it's sholo.
Sholo, right? They knew no sholo, okay? All they knew is that food magically appears. We could not starve them because, of course, social worker will come and close us down saying, you're not taking care of the children. So the children knew 5 meals a day, vegetables, cooking hot, tomato, onion, etc., which is perfect. But what happens when this child grows up and they now face the hardships of life? Do you expect this child to thrive in the reality of what the world is today? No, right? So again, it comes down to how family life, the reality of the situation and the economy helps build the children's resilience. Okay. Inappropriate care in some institutions can lead to discrimination, poor nutrition, as well as abuse. I think this is something that we've spoken about.
Jackie,
Okay.
I want to give an example.
Yes, please.
We have a child care facility here in Lusaka, where when a child reaches first of all, they do research on a Mac computer. They have got, what I say that most of the child care facilities, they implement minimum standards of care. But this one is above. I was trying to ask my supervisor and say, we didn't set a cap up there on the back. We set the minimum. And this child care facility is beyond, because they have got this computer, they use MacBooks when they are researching, they have iPhones when gone there for, she was not even part of the conversation. It's like we are wasting her time. And she tells us because they give them privileges, like when you are good at sport, then they are given a scholarship to go and study in America. So we came out as a team and said, are we doing justice? Do we reintegrate? I want to pose that question. What do you think? Do we proceed with the reintegration? Do we stop? What do we do?
Let the child go to America.
Point and straight to the point. Yes, Father, and then
Yeah,
I'll come.
I would like to respond to that question, but in a different way, not directly. Just to connect it to the same point where she is saying, okay, in the institution, these children, so to speak, are spoiled. They are given everything.
Yes.
So they can't face the reality of life once they go out there. But on the other hand, we are finding families who are also spoiling children in the same way as the institution is doing. They are in the family, these children do not even know how to wash a plate after eating
Yes.
because there is a maid.
Yes.
They don't know how to make the bed because there is a maid. So, which is better now? Is it the institution or the family? Because they are both doing the same thing. So, what I'm trying to say is, as I was sharing with my brothers during lunch, I think we need to balance the two. Just as much as we want to move these children from institutions to families, let us also invest in promoting family values
Yes.
or preparing these families where the children will go. Because otherwise, we are just shifting problems from one place to the other, or even creating more problems than solving them. So that's how I wanted to respond to that question.
Yeah, but the beauty about the child who is spoiled by me as a mother, my cousin or my aunt, in case of anything happens to me, there's a buffer where this child will fall on
very, very low. Even with that standard, when we are trying to take a child to the compound and the child categorically refuses, I can't go there. The parents are not there, aunties prepared to receive. Everybody is sleeping together. And this child says, no, I can't go. So it is a real challenge that we are having. Quicker that we integrate the children is the best. The minimum time. That's why I was talking about in the morning, the social welfare department has to work with us very quickly to start identifying more the days, years the children stays in facility rooms. This is the problem. And in the Barcelona, we expect all the children to do all the work. And once they check in one of the social welfare officer, I think this is the person, I think this is the child abuse. And I'm saying that is the child abuse, let it be. Because we don't want the child to go home and refusing to do what all the other normal children are doing. So I think it is very important that the topic that we are talking about is real. And we are doing disservice for the children. And the children is belong to the families, not to the, as we discussed the whole day.
That's true. I'd like to give an example. I did a research once where I was looking at caregivers. And these are young people who have grown up in a childcare facility and then transitioned out. They didn't live to go into a family, but because they turned 18, they had to transition out of the facility. And one of the biggest challenges that they faced was just being reintegrated back into the community, not even in nuclear family, but just into the community. A lot of them had been detached from their family, whether it's nuclear, extended, or even just a neighbor. And now for them to reintegrate back into that setup, it was such a huge challenge for them. And many of them, within the first 3-4 months of life outside of the facility, they were not able to cope. And the sad thing, the most heartbreaking thing, was that they would go back to the facility and say, I'm not managing, please admit me. And the response was, we can't. According to the law, you're an adult and you have to now fend for yourself. But now here I am, Jackie, 21 years old, I go back to my parents' house and say, I'm not managing. Will they kick me out? They'll say, okay, fine, maybe your bed is not there anymore, but here's the couch, for you to sleep on. And those are the little things that we tend to take for granted, but they have a huge impact. That sense of community, that sense of belonging is not something that can be replaced easily, because the facility is taking you to a private school and they're providing you with A, B, C, D. Eventually, there will still be a need for you to be connected to your family. And that's essentially what we're trying to promote here. Okay. I will just move a bit faster. I think sister is giving me the time. Okay, so we've spoken about cultural values as well as the family bonds. But I feel I would not be doing justice to my presentation if I do not talk about Simon's favorite word, and that is trauma. Okay, Mr. Banda, how many times do you speak about trauma? Okay, what is trauma? What is trauma? Oh, the answer is already on there. Okay, since you are reading, somebody please read for me what is the simplest and most basic definition of trauma? Madam Sarah. That's
Okay, so my mind is already told.
No, you just need to read for us.
Oh, I read for you.
Yes.
Okay. So trauma is what happens when someone is exposed to or has experienced a terrifying situation. I got it. So it can come from car accidents, natural disasters, abandonment, loss, abuse, that is physical, sexual, emotional, as well as neglect.
Right. Why am I transitioning so quickly to this dramatic word, this word that brings nothing but bad news? It's because I want us to leave this place reflecting on some of the unseen challenges that children that are growing up in childcare facilities experience, and one of those is trauma. We've heard from what Madam Semiselo has said, Trauma comes from car accidents, natural disasters, abandonment, loss, abuse. Maybe I'll just ask quickly, how many of us have experienced something traumatic in our lives? Something that has happened that has left us. No, let's not assume. This side, they don't look very sure. This side, they don't look sure. How many of us have experienced something traumatic in our lives? Yeah, I even put my hands up because it's been dramatic. Okay. And we're here standing, isn't it? Yes. Why are we standing?
There you've missed another important way. Rejection.
Rejection.
Yes.
Neglect, rejection. Okay, no, I'll add it. You're very correct. What type of rejection are you talking about?
Family rejection. There's some point where the family just tells you, you are not our child. Hey, you are not our child.
You're not our child. And that can be traumatic, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
You start feeling that, you know.
Something heads inside. Okay.
Especially mothers who go to remarry and they change the children's name, and then this woman dies, they suffer rejection from that family, and they would come into the child care facility, and these, especially the street children centers. So there's that, yeah. Just
rejecting, just rejection, isn't it? Okay, so why do I talk about trauma? Trauma is a very important thing that we need to understand, as well as acknowledge its presence and the effects it has just on the overall development. Every single child, according to research, that is growing up in a child care facility, regardless of how they got there, they have all experienced, or they have all gone through something that has been traumatic, okay? Traumatic in their life. Whether like the children that are in Lobasi home, it's cases of abuse. The children that are in Tunzi, it's cases of streets, drug connected. Whether a child is born today, at 1 day old, they are placed in a facility, that child has also experienced trauma. What type of trauma is that child experiencing? That's separation from their mother, isn't it? Because it's not normal for a mother to be separated from the child so early on, hours, if sometimes even minutes, isn't it? And that has an effect on how the child is going to grow and develop. Now, why is it important for us to talk about trauma? Because this is something that is often goes unspoken of, because it can be seen as maybe even a taboo within our African setup, within our culture, within our society. Especially when we're talking about things that are to do with the sexual nature, neglect, even the rejection that you're talking about. So I would like to request the child care facilities, even as they leave today's short workshop, just to go and identify some of the traumas that the children that are going through in your facilities, and acknowledge, first of all, their existence, and then also identify ways in which these children can be supported, whether it's through psychosocial support, engaging trained counselors, engaging individuals that can help journey these children through a process of healing. Because without addressing the traumas that these children go through, it has negative effects in how they see themselves, how they interact with others in the future, and their overall development. Again, I would like us to take a moment to just look at the picture here. This is a picture of a brain. It's, Simon, I always forget, which side was it cut? Up here or in half?
Yeah,
what do they call it? A trans... From an aerial view of the child's brain. These children, they are both the same age. Classic example of the first picture that we saw. The children are both the same age. However, we can see one child's brain, it's bigger, significantly bigger than the other one, isn't it? Can we see that?
yes.
Can you read what it's saying down here? What is the cause of why one brain is bigger and the other one is smaller? Sorry?
One is number one,
Extreme neglect. Okay. So these are two children, both the same age. One underwent normal development, normal upbringing. Another was neglected from probably the time they were born until they were 3 years old. And as a result of that, one child's brain developed to a normal size, while the other child's brain was not able to fully develop. If we now think about what has been discussed already, what would be the effects of a child's brain looking like this at the age of 3? How would their development, how would their interactions, how would their social life be? Have I lost you? Are we thinking?
Yes, we are thinking.
Sister, was that a hand?
Yes, please.
Introvert. Okay, thank you. Anything else?
And Jackie, I'm just going to one of the child care facilities as you are presenting of this child who is 16 but behaving like a 5-year-old. And the friends are saying, that they have nicknamed him Monkey. Those are the friends, because he doesn't take anything seriously. Everything is a joke. What do you like doing? He likes entertaining friends all the time. Even in class, they're seated, they are learning. He would find something just to entertain the friends, so that the friends in the class they laugh. So I'm just looking at that, and to me, I was feeling very annoyed and said, how would you even accept to be nicknamed like that? And even the small ones, they are busy trying to bully him. And now I'm just thinking, because at the time the mother passed and this child was admitted in the child care facility, the child was very small and the family was not really that supportive, and the father was, even 10 years later, is it 10 after being admitted, you talk about the death of the wife. You're just asking no more questions. Then says, does this child have a mother's side? He said yes. And he starts crying. I wouldn't want those people to get my child because they were not there when my child needed them. So I said, now you can value that and let the child experience family life. No, for me, my child will just be in the child care facility. Because me, I'm a security guard and I'm not home. I come in the morning and I sleep there, so I wouldn't want my child to be taken to any of the family members. So that's what, so I was thinking, is that child?
So their social development
Is it shrinking?
Okay. There was another hand, yes?
When we look at the picture that was previously displayed, we discover that child was exposed to the same type of light, the color, for a long time. Those who remember the time of the Kaunda, the Chamacha Kongo, those were in prison for a long time. A man comes out of prison after, I don't know if it's when sharing. He doesn't even know the date and the age in which he lived. Because they
I'm sure we're wondering why the brain. Of all the organs in the body, why are we picking on the brain? Can we all agree that the brain is central to everything that we do, right? For me to speak, it's because my brain is forming words. For me to know to walk left, right, it's because my brain is telling me that, Jack, you can't move forward with one leg only, isn't it? For me to know that, okay, to pick up this water and drink, it's because the brain has told me, your mouth is here, your hand is here, these two need to connect. Or the brain has told me, you're thirsty, take a sip. And that's why it's very important for us to acknowledge and appreciate the role that healthy brain development plays on our overall development, whether it's the physical, whether it's the emotional, whether it's the cognitive, whether it's the psychosocial. Mrs. Nyenda gave an example of a child who is 16 but behaving like 5, okay? That comes down to their emotional intelligence. That comes down to their psychosocial development. So there are 3 important things here that trauma does in terms of how the brain develops. And without going too much into them, I'll just talk briefly about them. So the first one, it says it alters brain chemistry. Again, forgive me, I'm not a scientist, neither am I a medical doctor. So I will not go deep into this. But one thing that we need to take away from, we've heard of fight, flight, and freeze. Thank you, Simon. We've heard of these 3 terms before, have we? If a fire was to break out, maybe by the exit door, how many of us would run into the fire? Show of hands. As the way of escaping, how many of us would say, that's the only exit, I'm going out that door. Fire or no fire, I'm going out there. How many of us? No one? Okay. How many of us will sit in the corner crying, saying, oh my goodness, I'm about to burn in this building? How many of us will do that? Let's be honest with ourselves.
Okay, me, I'll go on the fire.
You'll go in the fire?
That's right.
Okay. How many of us will look for alternative exits? Some might even be through the roof. Because we're not thinking. Right? This is all our brain teaching us how to respond in states of danger when we're not safe, isn't it? So fight is going through the problem. Freeze is standing and crying and saying, oh my goodness, I don't know what is going to happen. Okay. Now imagine, these are all normal reactions. There's no right or wrong, right? These are all normal reactions and they're important to how we survive. They're important to our survival. So now imagine a situation where every day you are in a place which is burning down. Every single day you wake up, there's a fire. You go to bed, there's a fire. Following day again, you wake up, there's a fire. Is your brain going to be developing normally? Meaning that, you get used, meaning that hormone that is supposed to tell you you're in danger, do something about it, it's constantly in overdrive, isn't it? You're always on alert, you're always thinking, where's the danger coming from? What's going to happen? Meaning your brain has got no time to rest and to focus on other things, isn't it? Now, how does that affect your relationships, for example? Mrs. Nyanda is saying, it can negatively affect them, isn't it? Because tomorrow, if Mr. Raphael comes and says, hi, what am I going to think? What dangerous person, what do you want? Isn't it? Meaning, you can't even have healthy relationships with somebody. And this is what trauma does to a child. A child who is in a constant state of fear, it alters their brain chemistry, whereby there's a chemical, adrenaline, is always being released and always on overdrive. Meaning that this child is always in a state of aggression, always in a state of panic mode, always in a state of frozen. Okay, that's number 1. Secondly, it damages the brain's ability to handle stress because you are always in a panic mode. Meaning even if it's something small, even if it's something insignificant, but because of your past experiences, you're always going to take it into something bigger than it already is. For lack of a better example, for a child that has been maybe sexually abused by their father, okay, progressively over a long period of time, how do you think that child views relationships with other males in their life? Negatively, isn't it? Even if it's a medical doctor that is here to help the child, do you think they're going to be able to be positive in terms of their interaction? Of course not. Why? Because of the abuse that they went through. Their continuous abuse that they went through. It affected their brain development and therefore affected their ability to have healthy interactions. Let's move it fast forward. This child gets married, okay? They have a husband now. They're trying to build a family. Do you think this child is going to have positive interactions with the husband? It's either she'll be aggressive if she's always in fight mode, or she's going to have unhealthy relationships whereby the husband slaps her, she'll be like, oh, but he loves me. Why? Because growing up, she saw that as a form of love from her father. Okay, so all these things, they're all connected in one way or the other. And it's important for us to acknowledge that these things are real, and an event that happens once does not mean it cannot have long-lasting effects on how a child develops in the years to come. The last point is talking about the sensory processing. Yes, please.
Before you move to the next point.
Yes, please.
The other bad dimension, especially specifically example that you gave, the girl child who is sexually abused by the father, does not only go to the relationship with male friends or the husband. Even when it comes to relating with God, we always call God our Father. It will be very difficult to understand God as a good person, especially say He is our Father.
Exactly.
It goes even further.
Exactly. And actually, thank you so much for bringing that up, because I think in my whole presentation I've neglected the spiritual aspect of all these things that I've spoken about, but that's very true. So the last one is about damaging the sensory processing of the child. I don't know, have you ever come across individuals who are very sensitive to light, to sound, to touch? If you take time to sit down and understand their story, you'll find that there was probably something traumatic that happened in the background that has now damaged their ability to process the different stimulations around, and as a result, they have a very strong reaction to sensory stimulation that comes from the external. Again, I know I'm short of time, so I really don't want to go into so much of this, but I hope we're able to follow one or two things, right? Okay. So, again, a request to child care facilities as you go back and have a chance to interact with the children. These are some of the common signs to look out for if you fear that maybe a child is has gone through trauma and has not had an opportunity to properly process and develop positive coping mechanisms. So the first one is often children are withdrawn and may lack trust in others, similar to what Father has mentioned. They are sad and they're anxious. They're unable to concentrate. This is where they may appear to be distant, or they have poor memory. You're talking to somebody, but you can tell that they are not there. I don't know if you've had interactions with people like that. You're talking to them, they're looking at you, but they're not processing anything you're saying. Okay? Other children are defiant, they're aggressive, they're defensive. It's not me, or they're easily agitated. This is an important one. Some, they either avoid food or they try to overeat as comfort. I remember a few weeks ago, I was having a conversation with somebody, and they were telling me about this child who they recently brought into their home. And this child is 4 years old, and they're eating like 7 lumps of nshima. And the lady is just like, no, this is not right. Like, yeah, I am in my 60s and I'm eating 2. How are you who's 7 eating? Oh, you who's 4 eating 7 lumps of nshima? And we had a chance to sit down with this child and interact with them and understand why. It's because we are coming from a home of extreme poverty. The child did not know when the next meal is going to come. So even being in a home where there was a set timetable, you have breakfast, lunch, and supper, it took them a while to understand and to trust that this woman who is now taking care of me is going to provide me with the next meal. So for them, they were eating chalimo. Like, okay, let me eat the 7 now, just in case there's no food for the next 3 or 4 days. Just in case there's no food for the next 3 or 4 days. Let me eat in advance. Exactly. So for others, it's something light like that, but for others it's also a form of comfort, you know. For others, you find after being abused, you know, they were given food to keep them quiet, okay? Here's a biscuit, don't tell anybody. Here's a sweet, don't tell anybody. So as a result, they associate food to a negative experience. And they say, I don't want this anymore, okay? Another big one, especially in the younger children, is the issue of rocking, head banging, or being inconsolable. They cannot, no matter what you do, the child will just keep crying and crying and crying. Okay, these are all signs that we can look out for if you fear or if you suspect that a child is not healing properly from a traumatic situation. Do we have any questions so far? Sorry? 1 minute because I'm concluding.
Only thing that I've seen it is not only for the children in the facility homes, even the people who are providing that service to the children after some time has to check the trauma condition and the mental condition of themselves. Because they also go through the same.
Yes.
But I have requested somebody to come and give that kind of the signs. And I have seen it, the facilitators or the people who are giving service also go through that same problem at times.
That's what they call secondary trauma. So you might not have been in the car accident, but just by virtue of seeing a car accident, it can also negatively affect you. So it's good that you are providing mental health support services to your staff, because for sure, seeing and hearing sad stories every day can also affect you in a negative way. Okay.
Especially on the sexual abuse cases.
Yes, that's very true. Tomorrow you say, I'm not going to get married because all men are bad, or this world is not good. Not that I've been abused, but because of the stories that I've been hearing, it also affects me in that way. That's very true. Thank you. I'm an advocate here. Even men, that's very true. And the danger is we're not open to talk about it. So it tends to be harder. And also the stigma. Yeah, just like now when you said even men, what was my reaction? I said, so tomorrow you will not talk about it because Jackie did exactly. So to conclude, family care is generally the best option where emotional bonding, cultural preservation, and social integration are key. However, financial constraints, stigma, and lack of specialized care remain a challenge, and as a result, cause a number of children to be admitted into child care facilities. Institutions play a critical role in the child's life because they can empower them to help them understand themselves. However, they should be a measure of last resort and for the shortest period of time. Often the children and young people come to child care facilities broken with the hope that they can be pieced back together and be healthy. It is therefore important to help them understand that yes, all bad things happen. However, it's not part of God's plan for their life. Thank you very much. If you are traumatized, my apologies. We have got support available in case you need it.
Thank you so much. Can I just finish this sentence, please?
Yes, we are talking about a family which is a safe place for children, but also at some point it's not safe for the children. And from the practical example, got a neighbor who's got a 3-year-old daughter who's always when she does anything small, she's beaten to the max as a way of teaching her how to behave. So I'm always touched So that's why maybe she was crying, you know, such kind of, and they always find ways to protect their decision of treating the child. So sometimes we may say a home is a safe place, but sometimes a home destroys or abuses the children, especially the 3-year-old child who's trying to explore and learn a lot of different kinds of things as children. So that's the point I just wanted to make.
Thank you so much for that addition.
I'm smiling because I don't know if the government wants to come.
So why don't you take a video? Because I want to be proof this is a helpless child. And as government, we are saying we are always whistleblowers. So an abuse is taking place as an adult who is near there. Because we may be dealing with people who are mad. Upstairs, they are not okay. And we are thinking, because childbearing, it doesn't look at what is your mental state. It's biologically and how you can have children. So we need to protect these children. They are a source of joy. You could find that maybe within the family, there could be another family member who is better. So what we are saying, the family is the best place. We are not saying that it could be extended or even within the grand family. So please take an initiative, and if that usually happens, report to the nearest police station which has child protection unit. They would know how to come, and you can just signal them and say they are active again.
But I don't want that at some point to come out like to be. I've warned her.
No, the
I've warned
police, they
family,
will
I've told
protect
them,
you as a
one day
whistleblower.
we'll report you to the
So what if the child dies out?
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Nyirenda, but because you are aware of the abuse that's taking place, according to the Children's Code Act, you're also accountable to the law.
So what? Yes, you are conceding because this child is helpless, and it's any adult or who can come to the child is in need of proper care. So these are not normal people. You see them, they are able to bark and everything, but upstairs they're not normal. Who beats up a 3-year-old child because they're not? No one. A 3-year-old is a baby. You carry most of the times on your back. So when
the
you,
young sister already.
of course, but you are dealing with people who are not maybe not okay. Maybe they do certain things and they feel that maybe the child is going to tell the neighbors about what happens in the home. So the easier we report, the faster we report, the better, because we are saving a life. Government is you and me. Yeah.
Can I just close the same topic? So sometimes we assume that people know how to parent children. This information that we are sharing here, people don't know. And some people don't know actually that hitting a child would actually harm them, and the impact will be very bad later in adult life. That's why we have a role for us that have been empowered with this kind of information to go out there and share this. A lot of people don't know the harm that they do to those children and what effect it has in later life. So I think this is what we're discussing in the morning, and it goes beyond the facility. And that's why we're talking about positive parenting. It's not just for the facility, no. It has to go out to the families where these children are coming from. There's a lot of harm that is going on in our home. Sometimes ignorant. But anyway, ignorance is not defense, but I can assure you we don't have information on how to parent children. So it's a call for us to go out there and educate the people on positive parenting. You'll see how many families, they may not be perfect, but they'll begin to do the right thing. It's not easy.
Can this be addressed in the schools? Can these things be addressed in the schools as well?
I think the best place is the church. In schools, you find
schools, in the church, we need to preach this message. At whatever forums that we have, even on opportunity. Because a lot of people we assume they know how to parent children. No, they don't know.
Thank you so much. Mr. Dafoe.
Yes, I'm coming to save my sister here.
We haven't given you a clap. Thank you so much for Jack for that wonderful presentation. As we listen to these things, sometimes we feel that the institution is that bad. It is bad, quite all right. But remember that from those institutions, we have raised doctors, we have raised economists, we have raised whatever. And they are just quite normal. Because sometimes when we understand the institution, we feel like they are abused, they are not given food, they are whatever. From our homes, I can assure you, we have doctors, economists, accountants, and whatever. So sometimes it happens that one can have a problem with the brain, quite all right, just the way we have Cheshire homes. When you look at Cheshire homes, there is no child who came from orphanage who went to Cheshire home. That is just the different way of looking at things. The homes, the institutions are bad as when it comes to cultural things, the growth and whatever. But when it comes to cognitive status, some of them, their cognitive status is intact than even those who are raised in the families. We agree and we accept that the best place for a child to grow in is a family. But we haven't destroyed those children who have been raised in the facilities. They are functional. They are not dysfunctional. But we appreciate all these things that we are doing, and we have come to learn and understand so that we continue taking the children where they belong. At this time, I'm going to invite you to give a big clap for Jackie. A big one! We are going to be in groups. Those groups that we formed in the morning, and you took some questions, and I'm going to add one question. Remember those? Okay, yeah. So this is the question that is going to be discussed. But you remember you took some questions from Mr. Chibuta this morning. Was it this afternoon? You are writing some questions from Mr. Chibuta. If we are going to have enough time, we can also try to go through those questions. So we start with this question first, so we can go back into our groups. Thank you so much.
family and loving father. Let us raise our voices together and engage everyone in understanding and supporting the needs of vulnerable children every child must be protected, safeguarded from every form of violence, abuse, and exploitation. Mwana
from Group 2. We had only 5 points to the question, what can be done to help Catholic-affiliated child care facilities to transition from institutional care to family-based care? So one of the points is training on how to transition to family-based care, decision makers, caregivers, donors, children, and families. Include family strengthening initiatives in programming to family members. In bracket, we have family strengthening, family empowerment, positive parenting. Intensify reintegration efforts. This is through home tracing, family bonding, etc. In from local community leaders, transitioning the facilities into emergency care homes. So these are the answers to the questions from Group 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Group 2. So what we are going to do now, we are going to look at all the answers from all the 3 groups. And then we are going to make resolution from there. Mr. Dark, if you can merge them. This table, they had big shots here, so your answers were right. You knew what you were talking about and the intervention. that we want them to go, we let them go. So from these responses, let us read them through, and then you let us know which one do you want us to keep, as we are making a resolution from the answers that we all gave. So the first point is information dissemination at all levels. If we want to keep that, you let us know, we'll keep that. CCFs to prepare children to survival skills to those about to be reintegrated. Do you want me to read through all, or as I'm reading you say yes or no?
Yes.
I feel some of the points that different groups were presenting, some of them are similar.
Yes.
So it's up to bringing the points that maybe group 1 or group 2 or group 3 presented to merge it with the other points, because when you look at information dissemination, I think it also came out of other. So I'm thinking it was just a matter of fine-tuning what was there and picking.
Right.
Some of them are swallowed out.
Thank you. This is what is happening. We have combined everything. As you say, let's keep that. We'll be cutting and paste to match it to that other thing. Okay. Yes, sir.
How practical is it going to be for this whole group to choose what should be there and what should not be there? I was thinking that maybe a smaller group could be constituted now to fine-tune that. Otherwise, it will take us another 2 hours just to do that. That's just my
Are there many points?
Yeah, there are about 4 slides, but like Madam Kanga says, some of them are repeating, and then some of them you may need to get consensus, so it might really take us time, like Father says.
Yes. The problem is, if we choose few to come up with this, some they are left out because they would have been their points and reasons. That's a wonderful way of going, but then we are going to leave some out because we will need to choose like 4 people, 3 people to look at this. But as a house, I believe we are going to own this because it's us who are going to vote for them. I don't know what. If we go fast, because there are only 4 slides, and some they are repetitions.
Let us go with sister.
Okay. So you help me as I go.
Yes.
You just tell me we keep that one, we keep that one. Later on.
Number them so that you can say this number, this number.
So when we go to our other slides, you say that is a repetition. We have looked at it already.
Yes.
Okay. So I said number 1 is information dissemination at all levels. Do we keep that one?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. CCFs to prepare children to survival skills for those about to be integrated.
Yes.
Do we need to keep number 2? Yes. Okay. You can put some question mark here because some they are saying yes, some they are saying no. The third one, to continue emphasizing the value of the family in the community, that the family is the best place for the children to be raised from. Do we keep that one?
Yes. That's similar to number 1.
Okay, so we'll make those. Number 4, to prepare the community to be foster care parents or kinship, carers, and other alternative care types of care. Do we keep it or not? Sorry? We keep it?
Yes.
Number 5, train CCF directors or staff to disconnect with the children in preparation for reintegration. Do we keep that?
Yes.
Yes.
So that means we keep all these things.
Okay.
Because participating at the
Okay, the other slide, promote and make family as a value attractive. Is it attractive alternative? Okay, promote and make family as a value attractive. Do we keep that? Okay. Okay, thank you. Then broadening the resource base for child reintegration for both material and human resource. We keep that?
Yes.
Ubuntu aspect is missing with the children raised in the facility, hence the need to promote the core values of family-based care as part of transitioning. Do we keep that?
Yes.
Okay. For institutions for children with disability, to introduce community-based rehabilitation centers, daycare kind of setup, work on making the children with disabilities become independent. Do we keep that? Promote sensitization through awareness programs. We keep that? Okay. Embark on ongoing reintegration of children. It is a repetition also. Okay. Change facilities to community schools and skills training centers. Rechannel resources from both governments and otherwise.
That one, the one we are trying to change them into community schools and skills training.
Community schools and skill training centers. Yes, sister.
I was concerned on that one. If you cannot make that decision as a group because it depends on the owners of the institution, they can change it in their circumstances.
No, sister, when we do the constitution from the government, I think we have seen that paper. If we close, for example, St. Martin's, there is a clause which says it goes to them. But it's ours, to the government.
What?
That is what do you call that paper now?
It's
there is a paper which we have signed.
in our constitution.
Oh, okay.
There's a place where we say, in case of the closure of this place, I've forgotten the title. So it's what would you want this thing to be?
Is it the government to decide or it is the
It's already embraced in the plans as you are opening the facility.
We give to them, sister.
Okay, so Sister, I think the principle is that we repurpose the childcare facility, whether it be a community school or not, but it's repurposing. Transitioning is repurposing. So I think the concept we know that we need to repurpose.
Okay. Is that okay, sister? I'll show you the. Okay, rechannel resources from both government and otherwise to family-based care. Do we want to keep that?
It is a repetition.
It's a repetition. Yeah, it's a repetition. Positive parent trainings to the families, prospective parents, fostering parents. Do we keep that? Initiate fundraising for change programs. Do we keep that? Sorry?
Resource mobilization.
Okay, resource mobilization. Engage parishes in the integration programs. Number 7, do we keep that? Collaboration, networking with other stakeholders to execute a transition. Do we keep that?
Yes.
Okay. Training on how to transition to family-based care, engaging decision makers, caregivers, donors, children and families. Do we keep that? Repetitions, we can let that go. Include family strengthening initiatives in programming to family members, empowerment and positive parenting. We keep that?
Repetition.
It's repetition. Okay. Intensify reintegration efforts such as tracing, bonding, etc. Do we keep that? It's repetition. Buy-in from local community leaders. Do we keep that?
Yes.
Transitioning the facilities into emergency homes.
Repurposing.
Yes.
That is the better one. We keep it?
Keep it, but it should be married to the other one to deposit.
Okay. So we are done. This is the resolution we are making. We are going to keep all these things we have said yes to. Yes. Okay. The ones we have said no, we'll remove them. Okay. So thank you so much for this wonderful work that we have done together, and so much appreciating our government officials that they are with us and they are seeing our work as Catholic facilities that we are doing. Thank you so much. And you know what? Our official government, sometimes when we see you, we cry like babies to say, help is here! You know, that kind of thing. So you have just to excuse us when we get so emotional talking about certain things. But we really appreciate you. Okay, so we are done with these things. At this particular time, I want to invite Sister Valeria to come and give us the closing marks. I think we are tired.
Thank you, Sister. I just stand here. It's evening. Good evening. It's been a long day, but I think it's been worthwhile. A lot of knowledge sharing, and really it's broadened our horizon. May I recognize the Secretary General in absentia, because he was here, the government representatives from the Keyline Ministries, the Provincial Social Welfare Officer, Ms. Sarah Banda, I think she has walked out, the District Social Welfare Officer, the Major Superiors, clergy and religious, the church and civil society, leaders and practitioners of institutional care, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. May I simply say, ladies and gentlemen, we gather here to deliberate on a very important issue that touches on nurturing life. Though I am privileged to give the closing remarks, I am actually saying in closing that this is when the real dialogue has started, because we have to continue sharing and discussing the issues that we have discussed here today. Family is very important, and it is the unit in human life. A family is the smallest social unit, and yet very important, because it ushers life, and that is where life is supposed to be nurtured. May I take this opportunity to thank you all for your positive response to make this event a memorable one. Without you, this could not have taken place. Most sincerely, we give thanks to the presenters of today, beginning with Father Collins Monga in absentia for his rich presentation of biblical understanding of the family in the context of the church, the citations and the valuable information that had been given. Furthermore, I also want to thank Mr. Clement Chivuta, the Senior Social Welfare Officer from the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services, for yet another informative presentation on available alternative care options and the legal provisions at global, regional, and national levels. Last but not the least, allow me also to thank Madam Jackie Namagenda from CRIS, representing the partners and practitioners. Thank you very much for your presentation that has helped us understand family-based care and institutional care. As thus, we value you all and look forward to continuous collaboration, networking, and creating synergies to enhance our effort in championing child care reforms. To the facility owners, founders, managers, social workers, and caregivers, a word is not enough in thanking you. The works that you are doing is innumerable. May the good Lord bless your good works. To the media team and the ZAS organizers, we thank you for your tireless efforts in making sure that this event is a successful one. I am informed actually that our event was being transmitted live today, and also that it is being screened live through Facebook as well. This means that our deliberation has a wider dissemination. To all of you, thank you very much once again for attending our invaluable contributions. Those of us traveling long distances, safe journey tomorrow, and traveling mercies accompany you all the way. On behalf of ZAS, I now declare this dialogue meeting officially closed, but please do remember that we have Mass at 17:30 today, and also we will have a cocktail thereafter for those that will be free. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Sister. At this time, I just want to invite Father to give us the closing prayer. Father Satan, please.
I also have to stand here. Shall we be upstanding even as we close with the word of prayer? In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. We thank you, dear Lord, for starting with us and for being with us even as we come to the close of this dialogue meeting. Father, we thank you for the insights, the knowledge, and the experiences that we have shared. We now know, dear Lord, that indeed the family is the best place for nurturing and caring for our children. We want to pray and ask for your special blessings upon the Association of Zambian Sisterhoods, that they continue fostering and championing the care of children in the families. As beneficiaries and partakers in this workshop, we pray, dear Lord, that you make us beacons and ambassadors for this wonderful program as we go to our different destinations. Dear Lord, we pray for your protection, we pray for your accompaniment and presence, and we want to glorify your name, even as we say, glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was at the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, the world without end. Amen. The Lord be with you. And with your spirit. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Let us go in the peace of Christ. Thanks be to God.